by the ape when it killed the said Kalubi. Also they declared that the reason the creature put all the Kalubis to death, as well as a number of other people who were offered up to it, was that it needed to refresh itself with the spirits of men, by which means it was enabled to avoid the effects of age. It will be remembered that the Motombo referred to this belief, of which afterwards I heard in more detail from Babemba. But if this god had anything supernatural about it, at least its magic was no shield against a bullet from a per-day rifle. Only a little way from the fallen tree we came suddenly upon a large clearing, which we guessed at once must be that garden of the god where twice a year the unfortunate Kalubis were doomed to scatter the sacred seed. It was a large garden, several acres of it, lying on a shelf, as it were, of the mountain and watered by a stream. Maize grew in it, also other sorts of corn, while all round was a thick belt of plantain trees. Of course these crops had formed the food of the god who, whenever it was hungry, came to this place and helped itself, as we could see by many signs. The garden was well kept and comparatively free from weeds. At first we wondered how this could be, till I remembered that the Kalubi, or someone, had told me that it was tended by the servants of the mother of the flower, who were generally albinos or mutes. We crossed it and pushed on rapidly up the mountain, once more following an easy and well-beaten path, for now we saw that we were approaching what we thought must be the edge of a crater. Indeed, our excitement was so extreme that we did not speak, only scrambled forward, Brother John, notwithstanding his lame leg, leading at a greater pace than we could equal. He was the first to reach our goal, closely followed by Stephen. Watching, I saw him sink down as though in a swoon. Stephen also appeared astonished, for he threw up his hands. I rushed to them, and this was what I saw. Beneath us was a steep slope quite bare of forest, which ceased at its crest. This slope stretched downwards for half a mile or more to the lip of a beautiful lake, of which the area was perhaps 200 acres. Set in the center of the deep blue water of this lake, which we discovered afterwards to be unfathomable, was an island not more than 25 or 30 acres in extent, that seemed to be cultivated, for on it we could see fields, palms and other fruit-bearing trees. In the middle of the island stood a small, near house thatched after the fashion of the country, but civilized in its appearance, for it was oblong, not round, and encircled by a veranda and a reed fence. At a distance from this house were a number of native huts, and in front of it a small enclosure surrounded by a high wall, on the top of which mats were fixed on poles as though to screen something from wind or sun. "The Holy Flower lives there, you bet," gasped Stephen excitedly. He could think of nothing but that confounded orchid. "Look, the mats are up on the sunny side to prevent its scorching, and those palms are planted round to give it shade." "The mother of the flower lives there," whispered Brother John, pointing to the house. "Who is she? Who is she? Suppose I should be mistaken after all?" "God, let me not be mistaken, for it would be more than I can bear." "We had better try to find out," I remarked practically, though I am sure I sympathized with his suspense, and started down the slope at a run. In 5 minutes or less we reached the foot of it, and, breathless and perspiring though we were, began to search amongst the reeds and bushes growing at the edge of the lake for the canoe of which we had been told by the Kalubi. What if there were none? How could we cross that wide stretch of deep water? Presently Hans, who, following certain indications which caught his practiced eye, had cast away to the left, held up his hand and whistled. We ran to him. "Here it is, Bars," he said, and pointed to something in a tiny bush-fringed inlet, that at first sight looked like a heap of dead reeds. We tore away at the reeds, and there, sure enough, was a canoe of sufficient size to hold 12 or 14 people, and in it a number of paddles. Another 2 minutes and we were rowing across that lake. We came safely to the other side, where we found a little landing stage made of poles sunk into the lake. We tied up the canoe, or rather I did, for nobody else remembered to take that precaution, and presently were on a path which led through the cultivated fields to the house. Here I insisted upon going first with the rifle, in case we should be suddenly attacked. The silence and the absence of any human beings suggested to me that this might very well happen, since it would be strange if we had not been seen crossing the lake. Afterwards I discovered why the place seemed so deserted. It was owing to 2 reasons. First, it was now noontime, an hour at which these poor slaves retired to their huts to eat and sleep through the heat of the day. Secondly, although the watcher, as she was called, had seen the canoe on the water, she concluded that the Kalubi was visiting the mother of the flower and, according to practice on these occasions, withdrew herself and everybody else, since the rare meetings of the Kalubi and the mother of the flower partook of the nature of a religious ceremony and must be held in private. First we came to the little enclosure that was planted about with palms and, as I have described, screened with mats. Stephen ran at it and, scrambling up the wall, peeped over the top. Next instant he was sitting on the ground, having descended from the wall with the rapidity of one shot through the head. "Oh, by Jingo!" he ejaculated, "oh, by Jingo!" and that was all I could get out of him, though it is true I did not try very hard at the time. Not 5 paces from this enclosure stood a tall reed fence that surrounded the house. It had a gate also of reeds, which was a little ajar. Creeping up to it very cautiously, for I thought I heard a voice within, I peeped through the half-opened gate. 4 or 5 feet away was the veranda from which a doorway led into one of the rooms of the house where stood a table on which was food. Kneeling on mats upon this veranda were 2 white women, clothed in garments of the purest white adorned with a purple fringe, and wearing bracelets and other ornaments of red native gold. One of these appeared to be about 40 years of age. She was rather stout, fair in coloring, with blue eyes and golden hair that hung down her back. The other might have been about 20. She also was fair, but her eyes were grey and her long hair was of a chestnut hue. I saw at once that she was tall and very beautiful. The elder woman was praying, while the other, who knelt by her side, listened and looked up vacantly at the sky. O God, prayed the woman, for Christ's sake look in pity upon us two poor captives, and if it be possible, send us deliverance from this savage land. We thank thee who hast protected us unharmed and in health for so many years, and we put our trust in thy mercy, for thou alone canst help us. Grant, O God, that our dear husband and father may still live, and that in thy good time we may be reunited to him. Or if he be dead and there is no hope for us upon the earth, grant that we, too, may die and find him in thy heaven. Thus she prayed in a clear, deliberate voice, and I noticed that as she did so the tears ran down her cheeks. Amen, she said at last, and the girl by her side, speaking with a strange little accent, echoed the Amen. I looked round at Brother John. He had heard something and was utterly overcome. Fortunately enough he could not move or even speak. Hold him, I whispered to Stephen and Marvovo, while I go in and talk to these ladies. Then, handing the rifle to Hans, I took off my hat, pushed the gate a little wider open, slipped through it and called attention to my presence by coughing. The two women, who had risen from their knees, stared at me as though they saw a ghost. Ladies, I said, bowing, pray do not be alarmed. You see, God Almighty sometimes answers prayers. In short, I am one of a party of white people who, with some trouble, have succeeded in getting to this place and, would you allow us to call on you? Still they stared. At length the elder woman opened her lips. Here I am called the mother of the holy flower, and for a stranger to speak with the mother is death. Also, if you are a man, how did you reach us alive? That's a long story, I answered cheerfully. May we come in? We will take the risks. We are accustomed to them and hope to be able to do you a service. I should explain that 3 of us are white men, 2 English and 1 American. American, she gasped, American. What is he like, and how is he named? Oh, I replied, for my nerve was giving out and I grew confused. He is oldyish, with a white beard, rather like Father Christmas in short, and his Christian name, I didn't dare to give it all at once, is, John, Brother John, we call him. Now I think of it, I added, he has some resemblance to your companion there. I thought that the lady was going to die, and cursed myself for my awkwardness. She flung her arm about the girl to save herself from falling, a poor prop, for she, too, looked as though she were going to die, having understood some, if not all, of my talk. It must be remembered that this poor young thing had never even seen a white man before. Madam, madam, I expostulated, I pray you to bear up. After living through so much sorrow it would be foolish to decease of joy. May I call in Brother John? He is a clergyman and might be able to say something appropriate, which I, who am only a hunter, cannot do. She gathered herself together, opened her eyes and whispered, send him here. I pushed open the gate behind which the others were clustered. Catching Brother John, who by now had recovered somewhat, by the arm, I dragged him forward. The two stood staring at each other, and the young lady also looked with wide eyes and open mouth. "Elizabeth," said John. She uttered a faint scream, then with a cry of "Husband," flung herself upon his breast. I slipped through the gate and shut it fast. "I say, Allan," said Stephen, when we had retreated to a little distance, "did you see her?" "Her? Who? Which?" I asked. "The young lady in the white clothes. She is lovely." "Hold your tongue, you donkey," I answered. "Is this a time to talk of female looks?" Then I went away behind the wall and literally wept for joy. It was one of the happiest moments of my life, for how seldom things happen as they should. Also I wanted to put up a little prayer of my own, a prayer of thankfulness and for strength and wit to overcome the many dangers that yet awaited us. Chapter 17. The home of the Holy Flower. Half an hour or so passed, during which I was engaged alternately in thinking over our position and in listening to Stephen's rhapsodies. First he dilated on the loveliness of the Holy Flower that he had caught a glimpse of when he climbed the wall, and secondly, on the beauty of the eyes of the young lady in white. Only by telling him that he might offend her did I persuade him not to attempt to break into the sacred enclosure where the orchid grew. As we were discussing the point, the gate opened and she appeared. "Sirs," she said, with a reverential bow, speaking slowly and in the drollest halting English, "the mother and the father, yes, the father, ask, will you feed?" We intimated that we would feed with much pleasure, and she led the way to the house, saying, "Be not astonished at them, for they are very happy too, and please forgive our unleavened bread." Then in the politest way possible she took me by the hand, and followed by Stephen, we entered the house, leaving Marvovo and Hans to watch outside. It consisted of but 2 rooms, one for living and one for sleeping. In the former we found Brother John and his wife seated on a kind of couch gazing at each other in a rapt way. I noted that they both looked as though they had been crying, with happiness, I suppose. "Elizabeth," said John as we entered, "this is Mr. Allan Quatermain, through whose resource and courage we have come together again, and this young gentleman is his companion, Mr. Stephen Summers." She bowed, for she seemed unable to speak, and held out her hand, which we shook. "What be resource and courage?" I heard her daughter whisper to Stephen, "and why have you none, O Stephen Summers?" "It would take a long time to explain," he said with his jolly laugh, after which I listened to no more of their nonsense. Then we sat down to the meal, which consisted of vegetables and a large bowl of hard-boiled duck's eggs, of which eatables an ample supply was carried out to Hans and Marvovo by Stephen and Hope. This, it seemed, was the name that her mother had given to the girl when she was born in the hour of her black despair. It was an extraordinary story that Mrs. Eversley had to tell, and yet a short one. She had escaped from Hassan ben Mohammed and the slave traders, as the rescued slave told her husband at Zanzibar before he died, and, after days of wandering, been captured by some of the Pongo who were scouring the country upon dark business of their own, probably in search of captives. They brought her across the lake to Pongoland and, the former mother of the flower, an albino, having died at a great age, installed her in the office on this island, which from that day she had never left. Hither she was led by the Kalubi of the time and some others who had passed the god. This brute, however, she had never seen, although once she heard him roar, for it did not molest them or even appear upon their journey. Shortly after her arrival on the island her daughter was born, on which occasion some of the women servants of the flower nursed her. From that moment both she and the child were treated with the utmost care and veneration, since the mother of the flower and the flower itself being in some strange way looked upon as embodiments of the natural forces of fertility, this birth was held to be the best of omens for the dwindling Pongo race. Also it was hoped that in due course the child of the flower would succeed the mother in her office. So here they dwelt absolutely helpless and alone, occupying themselves with superintending the agriculture of the island. Most fortunately also when she was captured, Mrs. Eversley had a small Bible in her possession which she had never lost. From this she was able to teach her child to read and all that is to be learned in the pages of Holy Writ. Often I have thought that if I were doomed to solitary confinement for life and allowed but one book, I would choose the Bible, since, in addition to all its history and the splendor of its language, it contains the record of the hope of man, and therefore should be sufficient for him. So at least it had proved to be in this case. Oddly enough, as she told us, like her husband, Mrs. Eversley during all those endless years had never lost some kind of belief that she would one day be saved otherwise than by death. "I always thought that you still lived and that we should meet again, John," I heard her say to him. Also her own and her daughter's spirits were mysteriously supported, for after the first shock and disturbance of our arrival we found them cheerful people. Indeed, Miss Hope was quite a merry soul. But then she had never known any other life, and human nature is very adaptable. Further, if I may say so, she had grown up a lady in the true sense of the word. After all, why should she not, seeing that her mother, the Bible and nature had been her only associates and sources of information, if we except the poor slaves who waited on them, most of whom were mutes. When Mrs. Eversley's story was done, we told ours, in a compressed form. It was strange to see the wonder with which these two ladies listened to its outlines, but on that I need not dwell. When it was finished I heard Miss Hope say, "So it would seem, O Stephen Summers, that it is you who are Saviour to us." "Certainly," answered Stephen, "but why?" "Because you see the dry holy flower far away in England, and you say, I must be Holy Father to that flower. Then you pay down shekels," here her Bible reading came in, "for the cost of journey and hire brave hunter to kill devil god and bring my old white-haired parent with you. Oh yes, you are Saviour," and she nodded her head at him very prettily. "Of course," replied Stephen with enthusiasm, "that is, not exactly, but it is all the same thing, as I will explain later. But, Miss Hope, meanwhile could you show us the flower?" "Oh, Holy Mother must do that. If you look thereon without her, you die." Really, said Stephen, without alluding to his little feat of wall climbing. Well, the end of it was that after a good deal of hesitation, the Holy Mother obliged, saying that as the god was dead she supposed nothing else mattered. First, however, she went to the back of the house and clapped her hands, whereon an old woman, a mute and a very perfect specimen of an albino native, appeared and stared at us wonderingly. To her Mrs. Eversley talked upon her fingers, so rapidly that I could scarcely follow her movements. The woman bowed till her forehead nearly touched the ground, then rose and ran towards the water. I have sent her to fetch the paddles from the canoe, said Mrs. Eversley, and to put my mark upon it. Now none will dare to use it to cross the lake. That is very wise, I replied, as we don't want news of our whereabouts to get to the Motombo. Next we went to the enclosure, where Mrs. Eversley with a native knife cut a string of palm fibers that was sealed with clay onto the door and one of its uprights in such a fashion that none could enter without breaking the string. The impression was made with a rude seal that she wore round her neck as a badge of office. It was a very curious object fashioned of gold and having deeply cut upon its face a rough image of an ape holding a flower in its right paw. As it was also ancient, this seemed to show that the monkey god and the orchid had been from the beginning jointly worshipped by the Pongo. When she had opened the door, there appeared, growing in the center of the enclosure, the most lovely plant, I should imagine, that man ever saw. It measured some 8 feet across, and the leaves were dark green, long and narrow. From its various crowns rose the scapes of bloom. And oh! Those blooms, of which there were about 12, expanded now in the flowering season. The measurements made from the dried specimen I have given already, so I need not repeat them. I may say here, however, that the Pongo augured the fertility or otherwise of each succeeding year from the number of the blooms on the holy flower. If these were many, the season would prove very fruitful, if few, less so, while if, as sometimes happened, the plant failed to flower, drought and famine were always said to follow. Truly those were glorious blossoms, standing as high as a man, with their back sheaths of vivid white barred with black, their great pouches of burnished gold and their wide wings also of gold. Then in the center of each pouch appeared the ink mark that did indeed exactly resemble the head of a monkey. But if this orchid astonished me, its effect upon Stephen, with whom this class of flower was a mania, may be imagined. Really he went almost mad. For a long while he glared at the plant, and finally flung himself upon his knees, causing Miss Hope to exclaim, "What, O Stephen Somers, do you also make sacrifice to the holy flower?" Rather, he answered, I'd die for it." "You are likely to before all is done," I remarked with energy, for I hate to see a grown man make a fool of himself. "There's only one thing in the world which justifies that, and it isn't a flower." Marvovo and Hans had followed us into the enclosure, and I overheard a conversation between them which amused me. The gist of it was that Hans explained to Marvovo that the white people admired this weed. He called it a weed, because it was like gold, which was the god they really worshipped, although that God was known among them by many names. Marvovo, who was not at all interested in the affair, replied with a shrug that it might be so, though for his part he believed the true reason to be that the plant produced some medicine which gave courage or strength. Zulus, I may say, do not care for flowers unless they bear a fruit that is good to eat. When I had satisfied myself with the splendor of these magnificent blooms, I asked Mrs. Eversley what certain little mounds might be that were dotted about the enclosure, beyond the circle of cultivated peaty soil which surrounded the orchid's roots. They are the graves of the mothers of the holy flowers, she answered. There are 12 of them, and here is the spot chosen for the 13th, which was to have been mine. To change the subject, I asked another question, namely, if there were more such orchids growing in the country. No, she replied, or at least I never heard of any. Indeed, I have always been told that this one was brought from far away generations ago. Also, under an ancient law, it is never allowed to increase. Any shoots it sends up beyond this ring must be cut off by me and destroyed with certain ceremonies. You see that seed pod which has been left to grow on the stalk of one of last year's blooms. It is now ripe, and on the night of the next new moon, when the Kalubi comes to visit me, I must with much ritual burn it in his presence, unless it has burst before he arrives, in which case I must burn any seedlings that may spring up with almost the same ritual. I don't think the Kalubi will come any more, at least, not while you are here. Indeed, I am sure of it, I said. As we were leaving the place, acting on my general principle of making sure of anything of value when I get the chance, I broke off that ripe seed pod, which was of the size of an orange. No one was looking at the time, and as it went straight into my pocket, no one missed it. Then, leaving Stephen and the young lady to admire this cypripedium, or each other, in the enclosure, we 3 elders returned to the house to discuss matters. John and Mrs. Eversley, I said, by heaven's mercy you are reunited after a terrible separation of over 20 years. But what is to be done now? The god, it is true, is dead, and therefore the passage of the forest will be easy. But beyond it is the water which we have no means of crossing, and beyond the water that old wizard, the Motombo, sits in the mouth of his cave watching like a spider in its web. And beyond the Motombo and his cave are Kumba, the new Kalubi and his tribe of cannibals. Cannibals, interrupted Mrs. Eversley, I never knew that they were cannibals. Indeed, I know little about the Pongo, whom I scarcely ever see. Then, madam, you must take my word for it that they are, also, as I believe, that they have every expectation of eating us. Now, as I presume that you do not wish to spend the rest of your lives, which would probably be short, upon this island, I want to ask how you propose to escape safely out of the Pongo country. They shook their heads, which were evidently empty of ideas. Only John stroked his white beard, and inquired mildly, "What have you arranged, Allan?" "My dear wife and I are quite willing to leave the matter to you, who are so resourceful." "Arranged?" I stuttered. "Really, John, under any other circumstances, Then after a moment's reflection I called to Hans and Marvovo, who came and squatted down upon the veranda. Now I said, after I had put the case to them, what have you arranged? Being devoid of any feasible suggestions, I wished to pass on that intolerable responsibility. My father makes a mock of us, said Marvovo solemnly. Can a rat in a pit arrange how it is to get out with the dog that is waiting at the top? So far we have come in safety, as the rat does into the pit. Now I see nothing but death. That's cheerful, I said. Your turn, Hans. Oh. Bars, replied the Hottentot. For a while I grew clever again when I thought of putting the gun in Toombi into the bamboo. But now my head is like a rotten egg, and when I try to shake wisdom out of it my brain melts and washes from side to side like the stuff in the rotten egg. Yet, I have a thought, let us ask the Missy. Her brain is young and not tired. It may hit on something. To ask the Bars Stephen is no good, for already he is lost in other things, and Hans grinned feebly. More to give myself time than for any other reason I called to Miss Hope, who had just emerged from the sacred enclosure with Stephen, and put the riddle to her, speaking very slowly and clearly, so that she might understand me. To my surprise she answered at once. What is a god, O Mr. Allan? Is it not more than man? Can a god be bound in a pit for 1,000 years, like Satan in Bible? If a god want to move, see new country and so on, who can say no? I don't quite understand, I said, to draw her out further, although, in fact, I had more than a glimmering of what she meant. Oh Allan, Holy Flower, they're a god, and my mother priestess. If Holy Flower tired of this land, and want to grow somewhere else, why priestess not carry it and go to? Capital idea, I said, but you see, Miss Hope, there are, or were, two gods, one of which cannot travel. Oh, that very easy, too. Put skin of god of the woods onto this man, and she pointed to Hans, and who no difference. They like as two brothers already, only he smaller. She's got it. By jingo, she's got it, exclaimed Stephen in admiration. What Missy say? Asked Hans, suspiciously. I told him. Oh! Bars, exclaimed Hans, think of the smell inside of that god's skin when the sun shines on it. Also the god was a very big god, and I am small. Then he turned and made a proposal to Marvovo, explaining that his stature was much better suited to the job. First will I die, answered the great Zulu. Am I, who have high blood in my veins and who am a warrior, to defile myself by wrapping the skin of a dead brute about me and appear as an ape before men? Propose it to me again, Spotted Snake, and we shall quarrel. See here, Hans, I said. Marvovo is right. He is a soldier and very strong in battle. You also are very strong in your wits, and by doing this you will make fools of all the Pongo. Also, Hans, it is better that you should wear the skin of a gorilla for a few hours than that I, your master, and all these should be killed. Yes, Bars, it is true, Bars, though for myself I almost think that, like Marvovo, I would rather die. Yet it would be sweet to deceive those Pongo once again, and, Buzz, I won't see you killed just to save myself another bad smell or two. So, if you wish it, I will become a god. Thus through the self-sacrifice of that good fellow, Hans, who is the real hero of this history, that matter was settled, if anything could be looked on as settled in our circumstances. Then we arranged that we would start upon our desperate adventure at dawn on the following morning. Meanwhile, much remained to be done. First, Mrs. Eversley summoned her attendants, who, to the number of 12, soon appeared in front of the veranda. It was very sad to see these poor women, all of whom were albinos and unpleasant to look on, while quite half appeared to be deaf and dumb. To these, speaking as a priestess, she explained that the god who dwelt in the woods was dead, and that therefore she must take the holy flower, which was called wife of the god, and make report to the Motombo of this dreadful catastrophe. Meanwhile, they must remain on the island and continue to cultivate the fields. This order threw the poor creatures, who were evidently much attached to their mistress and her daughter, into a great state of consternation. The eldest of them all, a tall, thin old lady with white wool and pink eyes who looked, as Stephen said, like an Angora rabbit, prostrated herself and kissing the mother's foot, asked when she would return, since she and the daughter of the flower were all they had to love, and without them they would die of grief. Suppressing her evident emotion as best she could, the mother replied that she did not know, it depended on the will of heaven and the Motombo. Then, to prevent further argument, she bade them bring their picks with which they worked the land, also poles, mats, and palm string, and help to dig up the holy flower. This was done under the superintendence of Stephen, who here was thoroughly in his element, although the job proved far from easy. Also it was sad, for all these women wept as they worked, while some of them who were not dumb, wailed aloud. Even Miss Hope cried, and I could see that her mother was affected with a kind of awe. For 20 years she had been guardian of this plant, which I think she had at last not unnaturally come to look upon with some of the same veneration that was felt for it by the whole Pongo people. I fear, she said, lest this sacrilege should bring misfortune upon us. But Brother John, who held very definite views upon African superstitions, quoted the second commandment to her, and she became silent. We got the thing up at last, or most of it, with a sufficiency of earth to keep it alive, injuring the roots as little as possible in the process. Underneath it, at a depth of about 3 feet, we found several things. One of these was an ancient stone fetish that was rudely shaped to the likeness of a monkey and wore a gold crown. This object, which was small, I still have. Another was a bed of charcoal, and amongst the charcoal were some partially burnt bones, including a skull that was very little injured. This may have belonged to a woman of a low type, perhaps the first mother of the flower, but its general appearance reminded me of that of a gorilla. I regret that there was neither time nor light to enable me to make a proper examination of these remains, which we found it impossible to bring away. Mrs. Eversley told me afterwards, however, that the Kalubis had a tradition that the god once possessed a wife which died before the Pongo migrated to their present home. If so, these may have been the bones of that wife. When it was finally clear of the ground on which it had grown for so many generations, the great plant was lifted onto a large mat, and after it had been packed with wet moss by Stephen in a most skillful way, for he was a perfect artist at this kind of work, the mat was bound round the roots in such a fashion that none of the contents could escape. Also each flower scape was lashed to a thin bamboo so as to prevent it from breaking on the journey. Then the whole bundle was lifted onto a kind of bamboo stretcher that we made and firmly secured to it with palm fiber ropes. By this time it was growing dark and all of us were tired. Bars said Hans to me, as we were returning to the house, would it not be well that Marvovo and I should take some food and go sleep in the canoe? These women will not hurt us there, but if we do not, I, who have been watching them, fear lest in the night they should make paddles of sticks and row across the lake to warn the Pongo. Although I did not like separating our small party, I thought the idea so good that I consented to it, and presently Hans and Marvovo, armed with spears and carrying an ample supply of food, departed to the lakeside. One more incident has impressed itself upon my memory in connection with that night. It was the formal baptism of Hope by her father. I never saw a more touching ceremony, but it is one that I need not describe. Stephen and I slept in the enclosure by the packed flower, which he would not leave out of his sight. It was as well that we did so, since about 12 o'clock by the light of the moon I saw the door in the wall open gently and the heads of some of the albino women appear through the aperture. Doubtless, they had come to steal away the holy plant they worshipped. I sat up, coughed, and lifted the rifle, whereon they fled and returned no more. Long before dawn Brother John, his wife and daughter were up and making preparations for the march, packing a supply of food and so forth. Indeed, we breakfasted by moonlight, and at the first break of day, after Brother John had first offered up a prayer for protection, departed on our journey. It was a strange outsetting, and I noted that both Mrs. Eversley and her daughter seemed sad at bidding goodbye to the spot where they had dwelt in utter solitude and peace for so many years, where one of them, indeed, had been born and grown up to womanhood. However, I kept on talking to distract their thoughts, and at last we were off. I arranged that, although it was heavy for them, the two ladies, whose white robes were covered with curious cloaks made of soft prepared bark, should carry the plant as far as the canoe, thinking it was better that the holy flower should appear to depart in charge of its consecrated guardians. I went ahead with the rifle, then came the stretcher and the flower, while Brother John and Stephen, carrying the paddles, brought up the rear. We reached the canoe without accident, and to our great relief found Marvovo and Hans awaiting us. I learned, however, that it was fortunate they had slept in the boat, since during the night the albino women arrived with the evident object of possessing themselves of it, and only ran away when they saw that it was guarded. As we were making ready the canoe, those unhappy slaves appeared in a body and throwing themselves upon their faces with piteous words, or those of them who could not speak, by signs, implored the mother not to desert them, till both she and Hope began to cry. But there was no help for it, so we pushed off as quickly as we could, leaving the albinos weeping and wailing upon the bank. I confess that I, too, felt compunction at abandoning them thus, but what could we do? I only trust that no harm came to them, but of course we never heard anything as to their fate. On the further side of the lake we hid away the canoe in the bushes where we had found it, and began our march. Stephen and Marvovo, being the two strongest among us, now carried the plant, and although Stephen never murmured at its weight, how the Zulu did swear after the first few hours. I could fill a page with his objurgations at what he considered an act of insanity, and if I had space, should like to do so, for really some of them were most amusing. Had it not been for his friendship for Stephen the first think that he would have thrown it down. We crossed the garden of the god, where Mrs. Eversley told me the Kalubi must scatter the sacred seed twice a year, thus confirming the story that we had heard. It seems that it was then, as he made his long journey through the forest, that the treacherous and horrid brute which we had killed, would attack the priest of whom it had grown weary. But, and this shows the animal's cunning, the onslaught always took place after he had sown the seed which would in due season produce the food it ate. Our Kalubi, it is true, was killed before we had reached the garden, which seems an exception to the rule. Perhaps, however, the gorilla knew that his object in visiting it was not to provide for its needs. Or perhaps our presence excited it to immediate action. Who can analyze the motives of a gorilla? These attacks were generally spread over a year and a half. On the first occasion the god which always accompanied the priest to the garden and back again, would show animosity by roaring at him. On the second he would seize his hand and bite off one of the fingers, as happened to our Kalubi, a wound that generally caused death from blood poisoning. If, however, the priest survived, on the third visit it killed him, for the most part by crushing his head in its mighty jaws. When making these visits the Kalubi was accompanied by certain dedicated youths, some of whom the god always put to death. Those who had made the journey 6 times without molestation were selected for further special trials, until at last only 2 remained who were declared to have passed or been accepted by the god. These youths were treated with great honor, as in the instance of Cumber and on the destruction of the Kalubi, one of them took his office, which he generally filled without much accident, for a minimum of 10 years, and perhaps much longer. Mrs. Eversley knew nothing of the sacramental eating of the remains of the Kalubi, or of the final burial of his bones in the wooden coffins that we had seen, for such things, although they undoubtedly happened, were kept from her. She added, that each of the 3 Kalubis whom she had known, ultimately went almost mad through terror at his approaching end, especially after the preliminary roarings and the biting off of the finger. In truth uneasy lay the head that wore a crown in Pongoland, a crown that, mind you, might not be refused upon pain of death by torture. Personally, I can imagine nothing more terrible than the haunted existence of these poor kings whose pomp and power must terminate in such a fashion. I asked her whether the Motombo ever visited the god. She answered, yes, once in every 5 years. Then after many mystic ceremonies he spent a week in the forest at a time of full moon. One of the Kalubis had told her that on this occasion he had seen the Motombo and the god sitting together under a tree, each with his arm round the other's neck and apparently talking like brothers. With the exception of certain tales of its almost supernatural cunning, this was all that I could learn about the god of the Pongos, which I have sometimes been tempted to believe was really a devil hid in the body of a huge and ancient ape. No, there was one more thing which I quote because it bears out Babemba's story. It seems that captives from other tribes were sometimes turned into the forest that the god might amuse itself by killing them. This, indeed, was the fate to which we ourselves had been doomed in accordance with the hateful Pongo custom. Certainly, thought I to myself when she had done, I did a good deed in sending that monster to whatever dim region it was destined to inhabit, where I sincerely trust it found all the dead Kalubis and its other victims ready to give it an appropriate welcome. After crossing the god's garden, we came to the clearing of the fallen tree, and found the brute's skin pecked out as we had left it, though shrunken in size. Only it had evidently been visited by a horde of the forest ants which, fortunately for Hans, had eaten away every particle of flesh, while leaving the hide itself absolutely untouched, I suppose because it was too tough for them. I never saw a neater job. Moreover, these industrious little creatures had devoured the beast itself. Nothing remained of it except the clean, white bones lying in the exact position in which we had left the carcass. Atom by atom that marching myriad army had eaten all and departed on its way into the depths of the forest, leaving this sign of their passage. How I wished that we could carry off the huge skeleton to add to my collection of trophies, but this was impossible. As Brother John said, any museum would have been glad to purchase it for hundreds of pounds, for I do not suppose that its like exists in the world. But it was too heavy. All I could do was to impress its peculiarities upon my mind by a close study of the mighty bones. Also I picked out of the upper right arm, and kept the bullet I had fired when it carried off the Kalubi. This I found had sunk into and shattered the bone, but without absolutely breaking it. On we went again, bearing with us the god's skin, having first stuffed the head, hands and feet. These, I mean the hands and feet, had been cleaned out by the ants, with wet moss in order to preserve their shape. It was no light burden, at least so declared Brother John and Hans, who bore it between them upon a dead bough from the fallen tree. Of the rest of our journey to the water's edge there is nothing to tell, except that notwithstanding our loads, we found it easier to walk down that steep mountain side than it had been to ascend the same. Still our progress was but slow, and when at length we reached the burying place only about an hour remained to sunset. There we sat down to rest and eat, also to discuss the situation. What was to be done? The arm of stagnant water lay near to us, but we had no boat with which to cross to the further shore. And what was that shore? A cave where a creature who seemed to be but half human, sat watching like a spider in its web. Do not let it be supposed that this question of escape had been absent from our minds. On the contrary, we had even thought of trying to drag the canoe in which we crossed to and from the island of the flower through the forest. The idea was abandoned, however, because we found that being hollowed from a single log with a bottom 4 or 5 inches thick, it was impossible for us to carry it so much as 50 yards. What then could we do without a boat? Swimming seemed to be out of the question because of the crocodiles. Also on inquiry I discovered that of the whole party Stephen and I alone could swim. Further, there was no wood of which to make a raft. I called to Hans, and leaving the rest in the graveyard where we knew that they were safe, we went down to the edge of the water to study the situation, being careful to keep ourselves hidden behind the reeds and bushes of the mangrove tribe with which it was fringed. Not that there was much fear of our being seen, for the day, which had been very hot, was closing in, and a great storm, heralded by black and bellying clouds, was gathering fast, conditions which must render us practically invisible at a distance. We looked at the dark, slimy water, also at the crocodiles which sat upon its edge in dozens waiting, eternally waiting, for what, I wondered. We looked at the sheer opposing cliff, but save where a black hole marked the cave mouth, far as the eye could see, the water came up against it, as that of a moat does against the wall of a castle. Obviously, therefore, the only line of escape ran through this cave, for, as I have explained, the channel by which I presume Babemba reached the open lake, was now impracticable. Lastly, we searched to see if there was any fallen log upon which we could possibly propel ourselves to the other side, and found nothing that could be made to serve, no, nor, as I have said, any dry reeds or brushwood out of which we might fashion a raft. Unless we can get a boat, here we must stay, I remarked to Hans, who was seated with me behind a screen of rushes at the water's edge. He made no answer, and as I thought, in a sort of subconscious way, I engaged myself in watching a certain tragedy of the insect world. Between 2 stout reeds a forest spider of the very largest sort had spun a web as big as a lady's open parasol. There in the midst of this web, of which the bottom strands almost touched the water, sat the spider waiting for its prey, as the crocodiles were waiting on the banks, as the great ape had waited for the calubis, as death waits for life, as the Motombo was waiting for God knows what. It rather resembled the Motombo in his cave, did that huge, black spider with just a little patch of white upon its head, or so I thought fancifully enough. Then came the tragedy. A great, white moth of the hawk species began to dart to and fro between the reeds, and presently struck the web on its lower side some 3 inches above the water. Like a flash that spider was upon it. It embraced the victim with its long legs to still its tremendous battlings. Next, descending below, it began to make the body fast, when something happened. From the still surface of the water beneath poked up the mouth of a very large fish which quite quietly closed upon the spider and sank again into the depths, taking with it a portion of the web and thereby setting the big moth free. With a struggle it loosed itself, fell onto a piece of wood and floated away, apparently little the worse for the encounter. "Did you see that, Buzz?" said Hans, pointing to the broken and empty web. "While you were thinking, I was praying to your reverend father the predicant, who taught me how to do it, and he has sent us a sign from the place of fire." Even then I could not help laughing to myself as I pictured what my dear father's face would be like if he were able to hear his convert's remarks. An analysis of Hans's religious views would be really interesting, and I only regret that I never made one. But sticking to business, I merely asked, "What sign?" "Buzz, this sign. That web is the Motombo's cave. The big spider is the Motombo. The white moth is us, Buzz, who are caught in the web and going to be eaten." "Very pretty, Hans," I said, "but what is the fish that came up and swallowed the spider so that the moth fell on the wood and floated away?" "Buzz, you are the fish, who come up softly out of the water in the dark, and shoot the Motombo with the little rifle, and then the rest of us, who are the moth, fall into the canoe and float away. There is a storm about to break, Buzz, and who will see you swim the stream in the storm and the night?" "The crocodiles," I suggested. "Buzz, I didn't see a crocodile eat the fish. I think the fish is laughing down there with the fat spider in its stomach. Also, when there is a storm, crocodiles go to bed because they are afraid lest the lightning should kill them for their sins." Now I remembered that I had often heard, and indeed to some extent noted, that these great reptiles do vanish in disturbed weather, probably because their food hides away. However that might be, in an instant I made up my mind. As soon as it was quite dark I would swim the water, holding the little rifle, in Toombi, above my head, and try to steal the canoe. If the old wizard was watching, which I hoped might not be the case, well, I must deal with him as best I could. I knew the desperate nature of the expedient, but there was no other way. If we could not get a boat, we must remain in that foodless forest until we starved. Or if we returned to the island of the flower, there ere long we should certainly be attacked and destroyed by Kumba and the Pongos when they came to look for our bodies. "I'll try it, Hans," I said. "Yes, Buzz, I thought you would. I'd come, too, only I can't swim, and when I was drowning I might make a noise, because one forgets oneself then, Buzz. But it will be all right, for if it were otherwise I am sure that your reverend father would have shown us so in the sign." The moth floated off quite comfortably on the wood, and just now I saw it spread its wings and fly away. And the fish, ah! How he laughs with that fat old spider in his stomach. Chapter 18 Fate Stabs. We went back to the others, whom we found crouched on the ground among the coffins, looking distinctly depressed. No wonder, night was closing in. The thunder was beginning to growl and echo through the forest, and rain to fall in big drops. In short, although Stephen remarked that every cloud has a silver lining, a proverb which, as I told him, I seemed to have heard before. In no sense could the outlook be considered bright. "Well, Allan, what have you arranged?" asked Brother John, with a faint attempt at cheerfulness as he let go of his wife's hand. In those days he always seemed to be holding his wife's hand. "Oh," I answered, "I am going to get the canoe so that we can all row over comfortably." They stared at me, and Miss Hope, who was seated by Stephen, asked in her usual biblical language, "Have you the wings of a dove that you can fly, oh Mr. Allan?" "No," I answered, "but I have the fins of a fish, or something like them, and I can swim." Now there arose a chorus of expostulation. "You shan't risk it," said Stephen, "I can swim as well as you and I'm younger." "I'll go, I want a bath." "That you will have, oh Stephen," interrupted Miss Hope, as I thought in some alarm. "The latter rain from heaven will make you clean." By now it was pouring. "Yes, Stephen, you can swim," I said, "but you will forgive me for saying that you are not particularly deadly with a rifle, and clean shooting may be the essence of this business. Now listen to me, all of you. I am going. I hope that I shall succeed, but if I fail it does not so very much matter, for you will be no worse off than you were before. There are 3 pairs of you. John and his wife, Stephen and Miss Hope, Marvovo and Hans. If the odd man of the party comes to grief, you will have to choose a new captain, that is all, but while I lead I mean to be obeyed." Then Marvovo, to whom Hans had been talking, spoke. "My father Macumazana is a brave man. If he lives he will have done his duty. If he dies he will have done his duty still better, and, on the earth or in the underworld among the spirits of our fathers, his name shall be great forever, yes, his name shall be a song." When Brother John had translated these words, which I thought fine, there was silence. "Now," I said, "come with me to the water's edge, all of you. You will be in less danger from the lightning there, where are no tall trees. And while I am gone, do you ladies dress up Hans in that gorilla skin as best you can, lacing it onto him with some of that palm fiber string which we brought with us, and filling out the hollows and the head with leaves or reeds. I want him to be ready when I come back with the canoe." Hans groaned audibly, but made no objection, and we started with our impedimenta down to the edge of the estuary, where we hid behind a clump of mangrove bushes and tall, feathery reeds. Then I took off some of my clothes, stripping in fact to my flannel shirt and the cotton pants I wore, both of which were grey in color and therefore almost invisible at night. Now I was ready, and Hans handed me the little rifle. "It is at full cock, Buzz, with the catch on," he said, "and carefully loaded. Also I have wrapped the lining of my hat, which is very full of grease, for the hair makes grease especially in hot weather, Buzz, round the lock to keep away the wet from the cap and powder. It is not tied, Buzz, only twisted. Give the rifle a shake and it will fall off." "I understand," I said, and gripped the gun with my left hand by the tongue just forward of the hammer, in such a fashion that the horrid greased rag from Hans's hat was held tight over the lock and cap. Then I shook hands with the others, and when I came to Miss Hope I am proud to add that she spontaneously and of her own accord imprinted a kiss upon my medieval brow. I felt inclined to return it, but did not. "It is the kiss of peace, O Allan," she said. "May you go and return in peace." "Thank you," I said, "but get on with dressing Hans in his new clothes." Stephen muttered something about feeling ashamed of himself. Brother John put up a vigorous and well-directed prayer. Marvavo saluted with the copper assegai and began to give me Sibonga or Zulu titles of praise beneath his breath, and Mrs. Eversley said, "Oh, I thank God that I have lived to see a brave English gentleman again," which I thought a great compliment to my nation and myself, though when I afterwards discovered that she herself was English by birth, it took off some of the polish. Next, just after a vivid flash of lightning, for the storm had broken in earnest now, I ran swiftly to the water's edge, accompanied by Hans, who was determined to see the last of me. "Get back, Hans, before the lightning shows you," I said, as I slid gently from a mangrove root into that filthy stream, "and tell them to keep my coat and trousers dry if they can." "Goodbye, Bars," he murmured, and I heard that he was sobbing. "Keep a good heart, O Bars of Barses. After all, this is nothing to the vultures of the hill of slaughter. Entombee pulled us through then, and so she will again, for she knows who can hold her straight." That was the last I heard of Hans, for if he said any more, the hiss of the torrential rain smothered his words. Oh! I had tried to keep a good heart before the others, but it is beyond my powers to describe the deadly fright I felt, perhaps the worst of all my life, which is saying a great deal. Here I was starting on one of the maddest ventures that was ever undertaken by man. I needn't put its points again, but that which appealed to me most at the moment was the crocodiles. I have always hated crocodiles since, well, never mind, and the place was as full of them as the ponds at Ascension are of turtles. Still I swam on. The estuary was perhaps 200 yards wide, not more, no great distance for a good swimmer as I was in those days. But then I had to hold the rifle above the water with my left hand at all cost, for if once it went beneath it would be useless. Also I was desperately afraid of being seen in the lightning flashes, although to minimize this risk I had kept my dark-colored cloth hat upon my head. Lastly there was the lightning itself to fear, for it was fearful and continuous and seemed to be striking along the water. It was a fact that a fireball or something of the sort hit the surface within a few yards of me, as though it had aimed at the rifle barrel and just missed. Or so I thought, though it may have been a crocodile rising at the moment. In one way, or rather, in two, however, I was lucky. The first was the complete absence of wind, which must have raised waves that might have swamped me and would at any rate have wetted the rifle. The second was that there was no fear of my losing my path, for in the mouth of the cave I could see the glow of the fires which burned on either side of the Motombo's seat. They served the same purpose to me as did the lamp of the lady called Hero to her lover Lenda when he swam the Hellespont to pay her clandestine visits at night. But he had something pleasant to look forward to, whereas I. Still, there was another point in common between us. Hero, if I remember right, was a priestess of the Greek goddess of love, whereas the party who waited me was also in a religious line of business. Only, as I firmly believe, he was a priest of the devil. I suppose that swim took me about a quarter of an hour, for I went slowly to save my strength, although the crocodiles suggested haste. But thank heaven they never appeared to complicate matters. Now I was quite near the cave, and now I was beneath the overhanging roof and in the shallow water of the little bay that formed a harbor for the canoe. I stood upon my feet on the rock bottom, the water coming up to my breast, and peered about me, while I rested and worked my left arm, stiff with the upholding of the gun, to and fro. The fires had burnt somewhat low, and until my eyes were freed from the raindrops and grew accustomed to the light of the place I could not see clearly. I took the rag from round the lock of the rifle, wiped the wet off the barrel with it and let it fall. Then I loosed the catch and by touching a certain mechanism, made the rifle hair-triggered. Now I looked again and began to make out things. There was the platform and there, alas! On it sat the toad-like Motombo. But his back was to me, he was gazing not towards the water, but down the cave. I hesitated for one fateful moment. Perhaps the priest was asleep, perhaps I could get the canoe away without shooting. I did not like the job, moreover, his head was held forward and invisible, and how was I to make certain of killing him with a shot in the back? Lastly, if possible, I wished to avoid firing because of the report. At that instant the Motombo wheeled round. Some instinct must have warned him of my presence, for the silence was grave-like save for the soft splash of the rain without. As he turned the lightning blazed and he saw me. "It is the white man," he muttered to himself in his hissing whisper, while I waited through the following darkness with the rifle at my shoulder, "the white man who shot me long, long ago, and again he has a gun. Oh! Fate stabs, doubtless the god is dead and I too must die." Then as if some doubt struck him he lifted the horn to summon help. Again the lightning flashed and was accompanied by a fearful crack of thunder. With a prayer for skill, I covered his head and fired by the glare of it just as the trumpet touched his lips. It fell from his hand. He seemed to shrink together, and moved no more. Oh! Thank God, thank God! In this supreme moment of trial the art of which I am a master had not failed me. If my hand had shaken ever so little, if my nerves, strained to breaking point, had played me false in the least degree, if the rag from Hans's hat had not sufficed to keep away the damp from the cap and powder, well, this history would never have been written and there would have been some more bones in the graveyard of the Calubis, that is all. For a moment I waited, expecting to see the women attendants dart from the doorways in the sides of the cave, and to hear them sound a shrill alarm. None appeared, and I guessed that the rattle of the thunder had swallowed up the crack of the rifle, a noise, be it remembered, that none of them had ever heard. For an unknown number of years this ancient creature, I suppose, had squatted day and night upon that platform, whence, I daresay, it was difficult for him to move. So after they had wrapped his furs round him at sunset and made up the fires to keep him warm, why should his women come to disturb him unless he called them with his horn? Probably it was not even lawful that they should do so. Somewhat reassured, I waded forward a few paces and loosed the canoe which was tied by the prow. Then I scrambled into it, and laying down the rifle, took one of the paddles and began to push out of the creek. Just then the lightning flared once more, and by it I caught sight of the Motombo's face that was now within a few feet of my own. It seemed to be resting almost on his knees, and its appearance was dreadful. In the center of the forehead was a blue mark where the bullet had entered, for I had made no mistake in that matter. The deep-set round eyes were open and, all their fire gone, seemed to stare at me from beneath the overhanging brows. The massive jaw had fallen and the red tongue hung out upon the pendulous lip. The leather-like skin of the bloated cheeks had assumed an ashen hue still streaked and mottled with brown. Oh! The thing was horrible, and sometimes when I am out of sorts, it haunts me to this day. Yet that creature's blood does not lie heavy on my mind, of it my conscience is not afraid. His end was necessary to save the innocent, and I am sure that it was well deserved. For he was a devil, akin to the great god ape I had slain in the forest, to whom, by the way, he bore a most remarkable resemblance in death. Indeed, if their heads had been laid side by side at a little distance, it would not have been too easy to tell them apart with their projecting brows, beardless, retreating chins and yellow tushes at the corners of the mouth. Presently I was clear of the cave. Still for a while I lay to at one side of it against the towering cliff, both to listen in case what I had done should be discovered, and for fear lest the lightning, which was still bright, although the storm center was rapidly passing away, should reveal me to any watchers. For quite 10 minutes I hid thus, and then, determining to risk it, paddled softly towards the opposite bank, keeping, however, a little to the west of the cave and taking my line by a certain very tall tree which, as I had noted, towered up against the sky at the back of the graveyard. As it happened, my calculations were accurate, and in the end I directed the bow of the canoe into the rushes behind which I had left my companions. Just then the moon began to struggle out through the thinning rain clouds, and by its light they saw me, and I saw what for a moment I took to be the gorilla god himself waddling forward to seize the boat. There was the dreadful brute exactly as he had appeared in the forest, except that it seemed a little smaller. Then I remembered and laughed, and that laugh did me a world of good. "Is that you, Buzz?" said a muffled voice, speaking apparently from the middle of the gorilla. "Are you safe, Buzz?" "Of course," I answered, "or how should I be here?" adding cheerfully, "Are you comfortable in that nice warm skin on this wet night, Hans?" "Oh," Buzz answered the voice, "tell me what happened. Even in this stink I burn to know." death happened to the Motombo, Hans. Here, Stephen, give me your hand and my clothes, and, Marvovo, hold the rifle and the canoe while I put them on. Then I landed and stepping into the reeds, pulled off my wet shirt and pants, which I stuffed away into the big pockets of my shooting coat, for I did not want to lose them, and put on the dry things that, although scratchy, were quite good enough clothing in that warm climate. After this I treated myself to a good sup of brandy from the flask, and ate some food which I seemed to require. Then I told them the story, and cutting short their demonstrations of wonder and admiration, bade them place the holy flower in the canoe and get in themselves. Next, with the help of Hans, who poked out his fingers through the skin of the gorilla's arms, I carefully reloaded the rifle, setting the last cap on the nipple. This done, I joined them in the canoe, taking my seat in the prow and bidding Brother John and Stephen paddle. Making a circuit to avoid observation as before, in a very short time we reached the mouth of the cave. I leant forward and peeped round the western wall of rock. Nobody seemed to be stirring. There the fires burned dimly, there the huddled shape of the Motombo still crouched upon the platform. Silently, silently we disembarked, and I formed our procession while the others looked askance at the horrible face of the dead Motombo. I headed it, then came the mother of the flower, followed by Hans, playing his part of the god of the forest, then Brother John and Stephen carrying the holy flower. After it walked Hope, while Marvovo brought up the rear. Near to one of the fires, as I had noted on our first passage of the cave, lay a pile of the torches which I have already mentioned. We lit some of them, and at a sign from me, Marvovo dragged the canoe back into its little dock and tied the cord to its post. Its appearance there, apparently undisturbed, might, I thought, make our crossing of the water seem even more mysterious. All this while I watched the doors in the sides of the cave, expecting every moment to see the women rush out. But none came. Perhaps they slept, or perhaps they were absent, I do not know to this day. We started, and in solemn silence threaded our way down the windings of the cave, exiting